Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm the Democracy Officer for this meeting, this hearing rather. The first item on the agenda is the appointment of a chair, and I understand members would again like to appoint Councillor Rawlings as the chair. Is that agreed?
Yeah, agreed.
Thank you, members. First of all, can I just apologise for the late start? It was scheduled for 2 o'clock. So anybody at home who's watching this on webcast, I do apologise for that. I'm sure you're aware that we had another hearing this morning, which took time to consider, and therefore that's the reason for the slight delay. I will try, as I did this morning, to let people at home know when we have the breaks and some idea of time to return, because I understand how frustrating that might be. Can I start by welcoming all members, officers, and those watching at home on the webcast? And before I start, it's appropriate that we deal with some introduction. Myself, I'm Parish Councillor Stuart Rawlings. I'll be chairing today's hearing as I've just been appointed, and with me today are Councillor Rowley and Councillor Pavlovich, who will both be sitting on the hearing panel. There's also with us members from the Democratic Services, Monitoring Officer, Legal Representations, the independent person, Alex Oram is also with us, and thank you very much for coming up. If I move on then to declarations of interest, can I ask if members have any interest which they need to declare with regards to today's agenda? No. With nothing being received, and this is my norm, can I just say that should the conversation at any point go down a path where you become uncomfortable, would you please indicate that, and we'll hold the meeting to discuss whether any interest has to be declared at that point. Agenda item 3 is the exclusion of the press and the public. We're now going to deal with item 3, where the panel will consider whether to exclude press and public at any point. In reaching this decision, the panel will consider the views of all parties as expressed in their pre-hearing checklists and pre-hearing procedures currently in place. The panel will also take into account the contents of the investigation report prepared into the matter. The monitoring officer may wish to add some comments.
Thank you, Chair. It is recommended that the panel resolve to exclude the press and public from the meeting during the panel's deliberations and decision-making at the end of the hearing. In addition, should the panel wish to receive or consider legal advice, then such advice will be given in private. However, the substance of the advice will normally be shared with the parties. The panel's decision notice will, however, be a public document and will be published following conclusion of the hearing. So for clarity, Chair, the recommendation is as follows: that the press and public be excluded from the deliberations and decision-making at the end of the hearing, and also during the provision of legal advice, because such deliberations and decision-making and advice are required to be heard in private and should not take place in public. Thank you.
Is the panel content with that recommendation? Then that's agreed. So we will move into private session for the decision-making and any legal advice that we feel appropriate at any point. Item 4 then is complaint against a member of the council covered by the Joint Standards Committee. For introduction wise, I'd now like the following parties to very briefly introduce themselves. I would remind parties around the table that we did have a meeting this morning. Some of this procedure is identical, but there must be no assumption that knowledge is already in our presence. So if we have to repeat anything from this morning that's applicable to today's hearing, then so be it, because they must be separate entities. Councillor Guildford, would you like to introduce yourself just very briefly?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for welcoming us here today. My name is Mark Guildford. I'm a councillor on Haxby Town Council, and during the time of the complaint, I was the chairman of the council.
Thank you. And Mr. Pearson. I will stick to Mr. Stephen Pearson actually in this one.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Stephen Pearson. I'm a partner with Freed Solicitors, and I'm the investigating officer of today's meeting.
Thank you. Can I just ask for confirmation that all parties that they have seen the final report of the investigation officer and have had the opportunity to engage in the pre-hearing process? Councillor Goodwin? Yep. And yep.
Yes, I would say, Chairman, I don't know if you want to mention it now. There's a slight amendment which I wish to make to one page of the report. Can I mention that now?
Can we wait until your
Yes,
spiel?
of
You will
course.
get the
Of course.
opportunity
Yeah.
to present. And at that time, then if it's appropriate, I'll add it as an addendum. If it's not, then I'll make a decision at that point, if I may.
Chair, can I just clarify that Councillor Ed Pearson has also seen the final report of the investigating officer and has had the opportunity to engage in the pre-hearing procedures?
I call it monitoring.
Yes, he has, Chair, and that is something that we'll come on to as part of this process.
Absolutely. So we will cover that later, but it's an important confirmation. So thank you for that. I'd like to confirm as well that Councillor E. Pearson was invited to attend today's hearing. However, he has advised that he's unable to attend and has submitted a written representation, which we will come on to in due course. I'd also confirm that at the request of Mr. S. Pearson, the investigating officer, one witness, Town Councillor Carmichael, has been invited to attend today. However, I have been advised that he no longer wishes to call as a witness. Since Councillor Carmichael is here, I would ask if he's happy to remain, as the panel may have questions which they still wish to place to him.
Yes, no problem at all.
Then I appreciate that, but you won't be called directly as a witness because that was at that request. But you may well be involved if appropriate and if we feel we have any questions for you. Thank
That's
you.
fine. Yeah.
I would like to ask all here today, insofar as they can, to keep to the areas of dispute. Very difficult on these issues to go off piece and start to add different items. We can only consider things that are around the report and the complaint. I'll now ask the monitoring officer to identify whether the pre-hearing process has identified any significant disagreement about the facts contained in the investigating officer's report.
Thank you, Chair. In this matter, there is one complaint submitted about Councillor E. Pearson. This can be found at pages 37 to 41 of the agenda. At the time the complaint was submitted, Town Councillor Guildford was the chair of Haxby Town Council. The complaint relates to the alleged behaviour of Councillor E. Pearson and is summarised by the investigating officer in his report at page 8 of the agenda as follows. Being submitted to inappropriate pressure, including by councillors using their role to behave inappropriately towards the clerk and the chair. Disrespect and alleged intimidatory behaviour shown to Councillor Guildford at public meetings. Disrespect on social media and in publications in order to undermine the Town Council and Councillor Guildford individually. Attempts to prefer a family member, Councillor Pearson's mother, in obtaining committee membership on the Town Council. It is noted that this was raised in conversation and not detailed in the original complaint form. For clarity, the specific complaints against Councillor E. Pearson are as follows, and these are as detailed by the investigating officer at page 8, just checking, page 8 of the agenda. It is alleged that Councillor E. Pearson, prior to his co-option to the Town Council, verbally attacked Councillor Guildford at his home with regard to Councillor Guildford's alleged interference in a proposal to turn a local scout hut into a branch library. It is alleged that Councillor E. Pearson acted in a disrespectful manner in seeking to overrule the decision of the Town Council following criticism of the Town Council made within a local newspaper and his attempt to override the Town Council's reservations concerning an application for grant monies. Councillor E. Pearson is accused of being one of a group of councillors seeking to overrule the decision of the Town Council with regards to not placing a duck house and duck shelters around the village due to the Town Council reflecting concerns raised by residents with regard to the proposal. It is alleged that Councillor E. Pearson verbally attacked Councillor Guildford over the Town Council's refusal to permit construction to take place on the village green. Councillor E. Pearson is alleged to have threatened Councillor Guildford with a campaign against him if he did not ensure that his mother, Councillor Ruth Pearson, did not get, in quotes, what she wanted. In response, Councillor E. Pearson does not accept the allegations made against him. The investigating officer summarised his views, and these are detailed at page 10 of the agenda. He disputes that he has had in any general way a less than positive relationship with the Town Council, but he agrees that Councillor Guildford can be difficult to work with at times. He does not accept that he has made any abusive comments, but he does confirm that he did accuse the town council of operating a, in quotes, tyranny at a local level, and he has expressed concern over requested items not being placed on agendas, refusal of the chair to allow members of the public to speak, and refuses to allow submission of a petition. He states that Councillor Guildford was, in quotes, dereliction of duty by refusing to allow the play area to be discussed. And he does agree that he had a conversation with Councillor Guildford with regards to the potential use of a scout hut as a library, but disagrees the meeting was acrimonious. In respect of agreed and disputed facts, the investigating officer has also noted, again at page 10 of the agenda, allegations have been made that Councillor Guildford has been accused of being a dictator with regard to the petition. These comments have been ascribed to Councillor Pearson. However, ex-Councillor Beverley says that she used these words. On the 22nd of August 2022, Councillor E. Pearson submitted a written statement at pages 85 and 86 of the agenda in which he disputes his alleged conduct as a councillor. The investigating officer's conclusions and findings can be found from page 10 of the agenda. As regards whether or not Councillor E. Pearson has breached the code of conduct, the investigating officer has come to the following opinion, which can be found on page 15 of the agenda. I find that Councillor E. Pearson has breached paragraph 3(1) of the City of York Code of Conduct and paragraph 3.1 of the Haxby Town Council Code of Conduct, in that he has behaved on at least one occasion in a manner which is not respectful towards Councillor Guildford and other members of Haxby Town Council. I do not think that Councillor E. Pearson, brackets on balance, can be demonstrated to have behaved in a manner which is bullying stroke intimidatory, and I find that he has not breached paragraph 3(3) of City of York Code of Conduct. I do not think that Councillor E. Pearson has behaved sufficiently badly as to bring the City of York Council or his position into disrepute, and I find that he is not in breach of paragraph 3(7) of the City of York Code of Conduct. It appears to me that Councillor E. Pearson has sought to improperly confer an advantage on a person, brackets constituting a breach within paragraph 3.1 of Haxby Town Council Code, and also paragraph 3(8) of City of York Council Code of Conduct, being his mother who was elected to Haxby Town Council, by making inappropriate threats to support her political ambitions. In light of the clear personal conflict of interest demonstrated, he should not have been involved in her appointment to committees of Haxby Town Council in any way. The City of York Code of Conduct appears at pages 26 to 35 of the agenda. The Haxby Town Council Code of Conduct appears at pages 18 to 24 of the agenda. I can confirm that Councillor E. Pearson did submit his pre-hearings procedure, which echoes the sentiment in the report, which that he does not accept the opinion and findings of the investigating officer.
Thank you. I think before we move on to the actual proceedings, it would be appropriate for me to give some indication of the process that we're going to follow through. It'll help everybody here make sure that they stick articulately to the correct parts, and they also give you confidence that you will have the opportunity to speak and ask questions at appropriate stages. So the investigating officer will first surmise his investigations and findings in his report. I'll then invite the panel, the independent person, and to ask questions of the investigating officer, and indeed the monitoring officer will also be asked if they have any questions. The investigating officer has also requested the attendance of the Town Councillor Carmichael as a witness, but will not be included at this stage. I'll then invite Councillor Guildford to ask whether there are any issues which ought to be raised with the investigating officer, and I'll put these either directly to the investigating officer or, dependent on how the meeting is, permit those to be addressed directly. Next, Councillor Guildford will surmise his case in relation to the facts in dispute, and I will invite the panel and the independent person to ask questions, and then the monitoring officer. I'll then invite the investigating officer whether there are any issues which ought to be raised, and again, I will determine whether these can be put directly or through the chair. Next, Councillor E. Pearson's position will be summarised in relation to the facts in dispute. I will invite the panel and the independent person to ask questions, raise concerns and comments, followed by the monitoring officer. I will then invite the investigating officer and Councillor Guildford as whether there are any issues which sought to be raised and taken into consideration. I will then invite each party and the investigating officer to make representations on each of the facts in dispute. The panel, with the assistance of the independent person, will then commence deliberation in private before announcing in public the findings and the reasons. Finally, if the panel finds that Councillor E. Pearson has breached the code of conduct, I'll invite representations from the parties as to what action, if any, should be taken. The panel will then, with the assistance of the independent person, deliberate any sanctions in private, but will make the public announcement of the decision, and written notice of that decision will follow. Is everybody quite happy with that procedure? Yeah. So we'll start. I'll invite the parties to summarise their cases. And I'll start with the investigating officer. 5 minutes, if we may. I know that was very difficult this morning, and I will have some tolerance, but we have to be reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The first thing which I ought to mention is that I think you will have an additional piece of paper with your report. I noticed, frankly, just this morning, travelling up on the train, when we amended the statement of Councillor Guildford, because originally it related to all of the subject matters of the complaints, we inadvertently took out one paragraph, which is particularly relevant to a comment allegedly made by Councillor Pearson. And I'd just like to include that. I will refer to it when I go into that.
If we just hold there, what I'm happy to do there is have that circulated, and I'll just give members a couple of minutes to read that in advance of your statement.
Okay.
Okay.
Chair, can I just check that Councillor Guildford has got a copy as well?
Sorry, thank you. Yeah, quite happy for those to
Okay.
be included, and quite happy to start the clock if you like again. So
yes, thank you. I'm glad this time. So yes, thank you. So today, complaint again made by Councillor Guildford against Councillor Pearson, originally made as part of 3 associated complaints. The other individual has been subject to a hearing, and a further individual has been disposed of otherwise. Councillor Pearson is both a member of Haxby Town Council and York City Council, so both codes of conduct do apply. You'll see on page 9 of the report that the wording is similar, although not precisely the same, with regard to the matters in question. And the chief matters that I regard as having been proven are failure to treat Councillor Guildford with respect, 3.1, but also at 3.8, using his position as a councillor improperly to obtain an advantage or disadvantage for himself or any other person, or attempt to do so. I'll point out that in terms of what has to be proved today, it's really on a balance of probabilities and not on a criminal under reasonable doubt. Councillor Pearson, we originally requested to be interviewed, but he refused, instead submitting to written questions. Unfortunately, after the draft report was published, he then sought additional witnesses to come forward, and there's been some difficulty with that, frankly, in terms of the timescales. In terms of the actions concerned, and I'm referring in particular to my the comments of Councillor Guildford at pages 43 to 45. Firstly, in autumn 2020, prior to his co-option, Councillor Pearson knocked on Councillor Guildford's front door on a Sunday afternoon related to the potential conversion of a scout hut into a local branch library. Councillor Guildford was concerned because this would result in a tax liability for the scout group and said that he was unhappy about it. Councillor Pearson, it is said, told Councillor Guildford that he'd interfered with plans to get the library operating, and Councillor Guildford felt that he was criticised quite heavily in a way that was inappropriate. Later in January 21, and thereafter, Councillor Pearson was on a working group considering open spaces and play equipment. He's alleged to have pressurised the clerk into making an application for grant monies to the City of York Council for £5,900 towards improvement of the play area. Councillor Guildford advised that this working group was not meant for decision making, after which he was told, "I'm a politician and I can do what I want. I have ambitions." There was then a controversy concerning whether those monies were properly to be spent in an area like Haxby, which is comparatively prosperous compared to other parts of the city. And Councillor Pearson was heavily involved with criticism of the decision to hold fire on that pending consideration with officers of York City Council, and was involved in a petition being held to criticise and, in Councillor Guildford's view, politicise that debate, which was subsequently resolved. And Councillor Guildford feels strongly that the intent was to create a false narrative that the Town Council was in some way against the play area as a matter of principle, which is unfair. Further issue, a resident of Wigington asked that the Town Council allow for the placing of a duck house and duck shelters around the village pond. Town Council discussed the matter, decided because of noise and mess, they should be rejected. The City Council members, including Councillor Pearson, then agreed to work with this resident to overturn the decision of the Town Council, going against, in Councillor Guildford's view, the principle of collective responsibility of somebody who was also on the Town Council. Finally, Councillor Pearson, this is the additional piece of paper, was involved with the election of his mother via a by-election to be a councillor, and that's perfectly appropriate. She wished to have a role on the oversight committee of the Town Council. When an accusation was made that Councillor Guildford had tried to stop her from having that role, Councillor Pearson is alleged to have stated in an open meeting, "If you don't give me, mother, or maybe my mother, what she wants, I intend to run a campaign against you on Facebook and via the Liberal Democrat Focus." Now, clearly, that would appear to be quite a major issue in terms of a breach of para 3.8 of the Code of Conduct in seeking to prefer a member of his family for advancement. Further issue criticising the plans to a local fish and chip shop to build an access path across the village green. Obviously, building on village greens is quite a serious matter and they should not be built on. Again, this led to criticism of the Town Council, which Councillor Guildford felt was unfair. So there are a number of actions there which are felt to constitute disrespect to Councillor Guildford and by implication, the Town Council as a whole. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just by means of detail, the document that you have passed out,
Yes.
where did that come from?
That came
we've
from
just got the email that's been
yes,
sent from your secretary.
that wording came from the original statement that was taken from Councillor Guildford and was included in the original report, which went to all parties. But I say that paragraph was taken out. It technically slots in halfway down page 44 of the report. So, that's the paragraph that was within the statement. I think because it refers to both councillors, there was some confusion in terms of whose statement it should go within because of the two different cases that we now have.
I'm going to move for questions. The monitoring officer.
Just for procedural clarity.
Yeah.
When the assessment subcommittee met in private, you received a joint report and it was specifically requested from yourselves that to facilitate the two hearings today, that the investigating officer revisits his report and produce two separate reports. So for anybody who's watching or observing this meeting, that he was specifically, the investigating officer was specifically asked to separate the two complaints for the purposes of the hearing today at your request.
Thanks for that clarity, but I'm still, and I'm looking at members, I'm still quite happy to take this as part of our
Mm.
report today, since I think it was missed in error. Questions then, if we're from the panel first. Yes, Councillor Pepperidge.
Thank you. As we're looking at this, this additional email that was originally on page 44, you state that it was in a public meeting that Councillor Pearson said, "If you don't give my mother what she wants, I intend to run a campaign against you on Facebook and via the Liberal Democrat Focus." Did you try to get any corroboration of that? Did you, were there any minutes? Did anybody else support that?
I don't believe I have corroboration of that. I think that's something we'll have to ask Councillor Guildford later.
So do you know which public meeting it is that
I'm afraid I don't.
You don't.
Was called.
That's fine. Secondly, in your conclusions, you find that Councillor Pearson has breached para 3.1 of the Code of Conduct in that he has behaved on at least one occasion in a manner which was not respectful towards Councillor Guildford and other members of the Town Council. You've made reference to various incidents. Can you be a little bit more specific as to which of these incidents you consider to be a breach and what was said at that to make you have that opinion? Or which
yes, of course, yeah. Well, based on the evidence which I have, the attack which Councillor Guildford felt he was subject to concerning the criticism over relocating the branch library, the behaviour of Councillor Pearson seeking to turn a working group, which was meant to be looking at potential proposals, to turn that into something which became an application for funding, which didn't properly involve the council in the normal manner, for circumventing the usual role in terms of the chair.
Yeah.
Taking part in the organising of a petition and negative publicity concerning the play area, which also, as we've mentioned, went within the Liberal Democrat Focus newspaper. Running a campaign in favour of a resident against the clear decision of the Town Council not to build duck house and duck shelters, which, as I've said, would seem to go against the collective responsibility of the Town Council and therefore the chair. And I think inappropriate behaviour by speaking to the clerk, indicating that he had a plan to take over the council. And it's perfectly appropriate for a politician to have a plan to take over a political organisation, but to lobby the clerk, who's meant to be an apolitical officer, would seem to be inappropriate. Also supporting the local fish and chip shop owner in terms of a campaign to encourage building work to be carried out on a village green, which is not only against the decision of the Town Council, but is probably also unlawful.
So just looking at those different elements there. Let's take the running the campaign in support of a resident. Collective responsibility of a town council. Is there anything in the Haxby Town Council standing orders that says collective responsibility has to be bound by and that an individual town councillor or indeed ward councillor cannot advocate on behalf of a resident in respect of a decision?
I'm uncertain that there is a direct rule in that respect, but I think also, generally speaking, within political organisations, there is a context of collective responsibility. And what's happened on this occasion, of course, is not only has that not happened, but quite the reverse, that the member involved has sought to run a campaign against, and this is within page 61 in particular, against the decision of the town council, and the quite understandable reservations that the town council was making. It wasn't saying that play areas should not be allowed, that people should play in their own back gardens and not play in public areas or anything like that. It was just saying that it wanted to be sure that it was claiming the money in the right way and couldn't thereafter be criticised for what they had done. And I think this does reflect, and I think you'll hear more from Councillor Guildford about this, is he had certain reservations about a councillor wearing two hats.
Yes.
Both as a city councillor and town councillor, but felt that there was an understanding from Councillor Pearson that he accepted that whilst he was wearing the hat of a town councillor, he would abide by the decisions of the town council and support it, and not seek to undermine it for personal or political motives.
Understood. Thank you. And then to go on to your finding of improperly trying to convey advantage for his mother, Councillor Pearson, Councillor Ruth Pearson. You say that there were two elements of that. The comments that were, if you don't give my mother what she wants, that's in the additional email. Do you also take note of the comment on page 14 of our report, which says, and it seems that Councillor Pearson accepts that he said, "I am sure the elected of Haxby North Ward, where Councillor Pearson was elected, would be very interested to hear in the next focus that the candidate that they have just elected is unable to meaningfully participate in and cast a vote on any of the key decisions of Haxby Town Council." Is that the same meeting? Is that a separate meeting? And does that, in your opinion, and is that part of attempting to improperly convey an advantage for a member of his family?
I hope there are several questions there. Let me unpack it. I'm not sure if it was the same meeting, and I think that's something that you need to ask Councillor Guildford about. To make a statement that a political group are going to seek to move things in a certain direction is politics, and that is perfectly fair.
Yeah.
I think it's more Councillor E. Pearson stating that in effect he's going to pull strings to ensure preferment for his mother, rather than the fact that as a fellow Lib Dem councillor they might seek together to increase their political power base, because obviously is what politicians do. So I think it's really the quite explicit threat that is alleged to have been made, that she had to get preferment or things will be made uncomfortable for Councillor Guildford, which I think is unacceptable.
And that's the nub of my next and final question. You'll be pleased to hear.
No, not at all.
You say the word threat. There was a threat that seems to be explicit.
Yeah.
Why do you not consider that, therefore, to be intimidatory? Any threat, almost by its nature, and you've used the word, not me, is an intimidatory one.
I think there's a difficult dividing line between politics, disrespect, and bullying. I think as the chair of a local authority, Councillor Guildford was entitled to be able to think that he could, frankly, stand on his own 2 feet, and the threat that was contained within this note, I didn't feel quite sufficient to amount to bullying or intimidation, but it was certainly disrespectful. It's a decision for the panel, but I didn't think it quite tipped over into the territory of bullying and intimidation.
Can I just ask one supplementary to that then? What would have constituted intimidation if that doesn't constitute intimidation?
Possibly if there were
It doesn't have to be physical violence, surely.
No, it doesn't. But if say there were 6 months worth of Liberal Democrat focused newspapers, and they all sort of said that the chair was unfairly failing to allow Councillor Ruth Pearson to take the roles that she should be taking, then that might be a sort of a course of intimidatory conduct, which I think then would be an issue.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You okay? My question's also centered around that because you do use quite clearly the word threats, but you don't see that as bullying, and I'm really still struggling on understanding that, because in your conclusions you say that the threats were related to the election or the committee use of his mother, and use the word threats, but yet earlier in the same section you say he's not been bullying.
I
Yeah.
possibly had a concern over the lack of corroboration relating to that statement, and the lack of any third-party material concerning Councillor Pearson. Councillor Guildford, I think, also complains about the cost of a by-election. That's a cost of any political organisation, so I don't think that can be held to be unfair. I felt that the threat was concern. Intimidation to me feels like something rather stronger than was the case. But I say, as the panel, you may disagree with that, but that's just my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Owen.
Thanks, Stephen. I've got a few questions, I'm afraid. Obviously, I'm aware that the subject of the complaint isn't here today. Obviously, he was invited, but as an independent person, I feel in order to ensure fairness, I'm going to ask some questions on his behalf where I have concerns about process and about the way that the investigation has been approached, I'm afraid. The first one I would ask is, could you just confirm with me how you scoped this investigation? And do you feel that the written complaint that was submitted and passed to you for investigation actually reflects what you've ended up reasoning on in the report? Because I know you say that some of these accusations relate to things that Councillor Guildford then told you at interview. And you seem to have added allegations to the docket, as it were, that weren't included in the written complaint. And I just wanted to see your clarification on why you did that and how you felt able to do that.
I think in order, scoping the investigation is I would tend to regard the form which is submitted as often being quite abbreviated in terms of what the detail of the complaint is. I accept the point that some of the issues raised, in particular, the issue about the preferment of Councillor Pearson's mother, only came out within the scope of the conversation which took place. And that is frequently the case, provided that the subject matter of the complaint has an opportunity to respond to those allegations and we get his side of the story. I don't regard that as necessarily being a problem. The alternative would be to say that, well, there would have to be a separate complaint submitted because of new allegations that came out during the course of the interview, which was seen to be creating something of a bureaucratic process that was unnecessary, is my view.
Okay.
In terms of the scope in many ways is driven by what the complainant states, both within his complaint form and what comes out during the course of the allegations within the interviews that are made. I would normally interview the complainant first to understand fully his complaints, then interview the respondent and other people that might be useful. The difficulty is because Councillor Pearson did not wish to be interviewed personally, the opportunity to get a full response other than a printed response to printed questions and to actually be able to explore issues and ask supplementary questions was simply not there. There was some criticism about the amount of time it was taking to do the report, partly because some members involved were quite slow, frankly, in responding in terms of answers to the questions. In a sense, I'm afraid the member is slightly hoisted by their own petard if they don't respond very fully and then complain very late
No,
in the day.
that's, I understand your concerns with that. That's obviously a separate issue. It's not for me to give legal advice, and obviously the panel may want to ensure that the monitoring officer is satisfied that the terms
Yeah.
of the Localism Act have been met, which require all allegations to be made in writing to the monitoring officer.
Yeah,
So,
Yeah.
that, you know, that would be for them to consider at that stage. Just moving on, you mentioned that there were several occasions of disrespect. Could I just get a definition from you about what disrespect means to you? Because the guidance by the LGA talks about offensive and demeaning personalized language directed from one person towards another, or aggressive or rude behavior or mannerisms. But you seem to have incorporated a lot of other behaviors where you felt that he's acted in a way that's undermining decisions, and you're calling that disrespect. So could I just get a clarification on what disrespect means for you?
I mean, it's one of those words that's quite broad,
nebulous,
isn't it? And I think that's one of the difficulties. Certainly, something which is within the realms of ordinary political debate would not seem to be disrespect. Anything which is, I think, insulting towards somebody's abilities and characteristics is disrespectful. A situation where somebody's personal life is impinged upon. And I think the point about, knocking on the door on a Sunday afternoon, I think is part of that.
Just on that point, could I just clarify, was he a councillor at that stage or not?
He was a district councillor, I believe, not a town councillor at that point. Yes.
So to be clear, he can't have breached the town council code in that regard because he wasn't a town councillor.
No.
But he was a district councillor. He was a City of York councillor. And was the scout hat, was he conducting City of York business during that exchange? You're satisfied?
Yes, I mean, I believe he was promoting that the library should be opened within that facility. And
Within that was City
yeah,
Council.
and that's within the scope of his role as a City of York councillor.
Thank you. So what did it have to do with the town council? Just for clarity, why was he speaking to a town council?
So Councillor Guildford is dying to intervene, but probably can't at this point. But I think they had been involved in a number of discussions with the Scout group, trying to broker a situation, and they were aware that the Scout group would suffer a tax penalty of some sort, rates I'm not sure, if they were to vacate the premises, and they couldn't just do that very, very easily. I mean, I assume they may also have been involved about where to relocate the Scout group to. I don't know.
Okay. The next issue you said was disrespectful was regarding pressurising the clerk. Could you talk me through what happened there?
Yes, a working group was set up, a working group, not a committee, and that simply had the role of identifying opportunities for open spaces, doing such things as coming forward with proposals in terms of, for example, play equipment, which might be put within play areas. And normally, of course, working groups have a scope of working and reporting back to a committee and or the main council with their recommendations in terms of the way forward, perhaps processes that should be followed. My understanding is, and as you may be aware, the clerk is no longer with the organisation, I think very heavily to do with the mental stress, to do with a number of issues, to do, frankly, with Haxby Town Council. I understand that without the chair's direct involvement, he was pressurised into making an application directly to the City of York for £5,900 grant towards a set of play equipment. That's in the context of a working group that was not meant to be decision making. And when
I understand that. I'm just trying to get an idea
and so
of
yes,
Councillor
that's right.
Pearson.
So basically,
What did Councillor Pearson do?
he told the clerk to get on and make the application.
That conversation.
That's my understanding. Yeah.
Where have you got that understanding?
That was from perhaps Guildford.
Okay. So we will again have to ask council.
Ideally, I would have spoken to the clerk, but he's left, and my understanding is, from my experience elsewhere, he wants nothing more to do with Haxby Town Council for reasons that I think are quite understandable. So I appreciate that it's.
I mean, it seems to me
secondhand.
that you're now basing breaches on hearsay evidence.
That's true, but hearsay is not impermissible in this context. You have to decide what weight to attach to it, and also the response that was made.
I'm just interested in the word pressurised, because obviously if he simply requested that the clerk put in an application. And the clerk, as the chief officer of that authority, says it hasn't gone through proper process, you can't do it. And then Councillor
Yeah.
Pearson insisted, and that's where I have concerns.
Yeah,
But I'm just trying to get an idea of what he.
Yeah, I mean, I
actually
think
did
it
in
would
that
be,
scenario.
in a small organisation like a town council, in my experience, it would be unusual for a major grant application to be made without going through the chair. Frankly, in a larger organisation, it might be less of an issue, but I'm looking at a number of.
I know, I would agree. I'm
at the
just
moment.
unsure
So,
whether I'm
I think-
blaming the former clerk or Councillor Pearson for this.
Yeah, well, there seems to be an impression that Councillor Pearson sort of said to the clerk, do it. And, you know, I think Councillor Guildford felt that was disrespectful of his role as chair, frankly.
Okay, if we could move on to the idea that Councillor Pearson somehow tied into supporting anything that the majority of the town council supports, which you seem to be suggesting is the case. Could I
Yeah,
just seek
potentially,
some clarity on that? Obviously, he does have to wear two hats, and when he's working as a city councillor, he's probably going to be putting the interests of his constituents in the city council first. And when he's working as a town councillor, then he may have different priorities. He may consider them the same. But I'm just interested in what you felt he did wrong in relation to his position on the Duck House.
I mean, firstly, I think such things as accommodation for ducks is very much a town council matter, typically not a city council matter. It's something where, as I understand it, there was extensive discussion within the town council as to what the correct thing was to do in terms of duck house, duck shelters. Number of complaints from local residents about mess, about noise. The town council discussed it very fully and rejected the request. And I think, therefore, I think it would be very understandable to take the view that the town council had made a full and reasoned decision. Yet Councillor Pearson and others almost seem to use it as an opportunity to contact the minority of the local population who were in favour of this proposal to seek to say, well, let's get together, let's run a campaign on social media, we can get the decision overturned. And yeah, I think that is suspect and might appear to be part of a campaign in terms of undermining the town council and the chair, and dare I say, perhaps part of a sort of a focus in terms of seeking to undermine town council decisions.
And where does that, where is that wrong? I mean, if you're politically opposed to what's going on with your local authority, where does the line come between legitimately opposing what they're doing and legitimately criticising and scrutinising what they're doing, and where does that become inappropriate undermining?
I think because it's a very clearly discussed town council decision, which here is being undermined by somebody who is a town councillor, and if his role was regarded as being purely to undermine town council decisions, he shouldn't really have been sitting on the town council.
Well, why not? Why can't people sit in opposition
because the decision
and legitimately scrutinise
because the
decisions that are
decision's
being
been made? I think there's a collective responsibility.
Okay. Finally, just to move on to what happened with Ruth Pearson. Firstly, I noted that you said it's a breach of the City Council Code as well as the Town Council Code. Again, I just wanted to seek some clarity on how he's conducting City Council business while he's commenting on this as a town councillor on town council business. It may be semantics, but I just wanted to clarify how that comes within the scope of the City Council's code.
If somebody is a leading individual within the local party and helps to edit Liberal Democrat Focus and is a city councillor, I think that gives him more of a position which he can exploit in favour of a relative. In the same way, I've had other cases and somebody who is a councillor says to somebody on the street, I'm a councillor and I want you to do this thing for me. It doesn't relate to council business, but it's a situation where a councillor is seeking to leverage his position, not for the good of the council, but for the good of himself or his family.
Okay, so how is he attempted to leverage his position as a city councillor?
Because he's saying, if you don't give a mother what she wants, I'm going to run a campaign against you. And
But again, I'm sorry, but I don't see how that relates to city council business. It might relate to the newsletter, which again, I don't see how that always relates to city council business because it's a Liberal Democrat political party leaflet. I'm just struggling a little bit with the idea that you know the code's engaged, the city council code is engaged.
If you look at page 61, these councillors are exploiting the fact that they are city councillors amongst other things. The first paragraph, the community challenge fund set up by Lib Dems on City of York Council. So I think that what you're suggesting is that the fact that he's a city councillor is coincidental to the pressure he was applying. And I would say I don't agree with that. I think it's integral to the leverage that he was applying by the fact that he was a city councillor.
Okay, thank you. And just in terms
Sorry,
of,
can I just stop
Yeah.
it there? I've just got a request for some legal advice from one of the panel, and I have to say I do agree with his request. So for clarity, I think we do need to go into private session just to get a legal defining, and I will let the committee know what that subject matter was when we return. Thank you. Oh, yes.
Oh,
For anybody watching on the webcam, IT wise, we're struggling to cut that off as we go into private session, so we will just hold on for a couple of minutes.
okay.
Welcome back, everybody. A brief legal break. I did say I would give the reason for it. We wished as a panel to take some legal advice on the scope of the complaint further to the conversations, and we're quite happy of where we are, and we will progress with the scope as interpreted by the investigating officer at this point. Did I stop you in midstream, or are you done?
Sorry, and Stephen, I really appreciate your patience with me. As I say, because the councillor isn't here, I just wanted to point out, tackle some of the things that he's raised in his own complaints, and one or two issues that I had. The final question that I had related actually to the councillor Ruth Pearson threat that you highlighted.
Yes.
I just wanted your balance of probability decision really on what you were satisfied he actually said, because obviously we've got his account of what he said. I think he says that he's said that on page 14, words to the effect, I'm sure the elected of Haxby North Ward would be very interested to hear in the next focus that the candidate that they have just elected is unable to meaningfully participate in and cast a vote on any of the key decisions of Haxby Town Council. Is that what you found that he said?
I think that may have been said, but he went on to say, and if I don't get my way, then I'll run this campaign.
Okay.
So I think it's perhaps being economical with the truth rather than.
So you were satisfied based on the people that you spoke
I mean, I think it's perfectly understandable to say, I think this person who is a member of my party and is elected should be preferred and get onto a committee. It's another thing to say that my mother wants a better job. And I think the problem is that's to do with his personal position in terms of seeking to obtain an advantage for a member of his family. And as I said within my report, if I were advising the clerk in that circumstance, I would say that you should really absent yourself from any comments or decisions related to your mother, because you've got a pretty obvious conflict of interest.
Out of interest, would councillors be expected to do the same when they're talking about their own positions on committees?
You wouldn't vote for yourself to go on the committee, I don't believe. Well, monitoring officer might have a view on. We're bringing it in a situation where a councillor is nominated to go on a committee. Would he or her vote for themselves?
At City of York Council, if a member is nominated, they can vote on their behalf, and they can also give reasons as to why they want to be admitted onto that committee. So yes, they can express their view at City of York Council as whether they want to sit or not.
So by extension, a similar conversation about a family member might not necessarily be considered out of order, but as you say, it's the associated threat that is of concern. And if he'd made a threat about his own position on a committee in the same way, you'd have likely come to the same recommendation, I suspect. Thank you. I've got no more questions.
Thank you for that. Councillor Pazovich, we'll just come back.
So just as a supplementary to that, if that is found proved, and you've already made the point to Mr. Oram that when you're a City of York councillor, or whether you're any type of councillor, if you convey a threat, that is part of your that falls within the scope of your role as a councillor. If you weren't an elected member, and you said if so-and-so doesn't get this committee, there will be a campaign against you. That's frankly neither here nor there, because there's no perceived issue of conflict. Whether it constitutes a threat is a different matter. But so in which case, having found that, in your case, as the investigator, you found that to be credible and proved. Why do you not feel that therefore is not a breach of paragraph 3.7 which is, and I'll read, you must not conduct yourself as a councillor of City of York improperly in a manner which could reasonably be regarded as bringing the council into disrepute, or as your position as a councillor into disrepute. You've found this prima facie case that he tried to convey an advantage for his mother. You've already said that once you're a councillor and you're acting in that way, you are acting as a councillor. So therefore, why does that not bring your position as a councillor into disrepute?
I think the short answer is I was not aware of any publicity or media attention describing that fact. If it had got on the front page of the local paper that Councillor threatens to get his mother a better job, then I might have reached a different conclusion, and have done in other cases.
So
It's more that
is that the threshold? Is saying something in a public meeting not sufficient? It has to actually hit the media before it then is.
I think it has to hit
a.
I would say have an audience of some sort, and certainly I have had cases where misbehaviour has gone on the front page of the local newspaper, and I have taken a different view. Again, as I'll say again, if the panel feels that it is a matter of disrepute, then it's open for you to go beyond the scope of my recommendations and substitute your opinion that you regard it as also constituting disrepute as well as simply disrespect and improper advantage.
I mean, we need to clarify what this meeting was, this public meeting.
Yeah.
But if there had been members of the public, so I'm not talking about other town councillors, had there been members of the public in attendance,
I think I can help you with that.
Would that not have made that public?
I believe it was a full meeting. I checked my notes whilst we're out. A full meeting of the council in November 2021, I believe.
Right.
So that's what I think it was. It was the full meeting of the Haxby Town Council.
So again, I'm sorry to press you.
No.
I'm sorry to press you on it. You're talking that it would be disrepute if it made the media. What happens if a member of the public who was in attendance then put it out on social media? Councillor Pearson says if his mother doesn't get this, he's going to do a campaign against Councillor Guildford.
That would influence my conclusion. Yes,
but you have no evidence that it did or it didn't.
I've no evidence that it did, certainly.
No.
And I did ask members as part of my investigation to ask whether they could let me have any useful or incriminating social media comments related to the behaviour within this complaint, and I didn't get any. No, I got the Lib Dem newsletters from one of the members concerned, but not anything else. Although I did ask.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? If I can just come back with one thing from an earlier part of the conversation, that's collective responsibility, which you've used in a number of ways in order to support your outcomes with regards to being disrespectful. You've got a councillor who is a full and active member of the town council, and collectively they make one decision, but he's also a full and active councillor of the other authority, which makes a different decision. How do they overcome the collective responsibility?
That is a very good question, and I don't have an immediate answer for you there. I think what I would say in the context of what we're talking about here, these are not, as it were, district council issues that we're talking about, such that it comes up. But of course, there is a situation sometimes that, say, somebody wearing a parish council hat will oppose a planning application that the district council approves, and then the dual-hatted councillor is unhappy about the decision that's made by his colleagues on the district council planning committee. And the answer is frequently, that I have seen, that somebody will refrain from taking part in discussions on certain matters if they feel they are so close to it. And it's certainly very commonly the case that closely associated parish council representatives who are also district councillors will not take part in planning decisions concerning their own constituency, and maybe that's the answer. But here, talking about things like duck shelters, that's not a district council responsibility. So that wasn't the reason for it. But there could be a situation where, yes, somebody says, my parish council has gone against a district council policy, and therefore I feel I need to go against it because the district council policy and so on. But that's theoretical. It's not the case.
So in this case, are you implying that given that the City of York Council had already talked about how the funds were going to be distributed with the playgrounds, that maybe Councillor Pearson should have declared an interest or not taken part in the debate in any way at town council level?
That is possibly the case. It's hard to advise at this point, but I mean, that's certainly sometimes the case, and does happen that people declare interest. Let's see if they would take advice at the time.
Okay, fine. Any other questions from the panel? No. Monitoring officer, have you got any questions? No.
No, thank you, Chair.
Then actually, Councillor Guildford, have you got any questions? And I will permit them to be asked directly.
Okay, thank you. I'm afraid that for the most part, Councillor Pavlovich here has trampled through most of the questions that I had. But I would say that on the point of collective responsibility, did I actually use that term with you? Are you? I don't think I did.
I can't recall that you did.
Okay, all right. What I think I might have done, and maybe if you can recall, would it be considered a responsible act, given that the City of York councillors had accused me personally of interfering in actions that are the sole remit of the City of York, such as the provision of a library, as they would report, that we should expect the same behavior of them on those things are the sole remit of Haxby Town Council, such as the issue of the pond. Would that be unreasonable to accept?
It wouldn't be unreasonable, and I'm looking at your statement.
Mike, sorry.
It wouldn't be unreasonable, I'll say, and I'm looking at your statement, Councillor Guildford, which says that you briefed Councillor Pearson when he was appointed, said he should act in accordance with his role as a town councillor, should adhere to its standing orders and codes of conduct, and he could not, in exercising that role, exercise the duties of a city council ward councillor. You say that you told him he should not attempt to implement ward priorities in the town council, and he indicated acceptance of that.
Yes.
So I think that is an answer to your question in a roundabout way.
Yes, thank you. One defining question, shall we say? The issue was brought up, I think, by Councillor Pavlovich about if a member of the public threatened a campaign if the council didn't act in a certain way. Do members of the public have a code of conduct?
No.
Okay. Councillors, I assume, do.
Yes.
Therefore, they're judged on a different standard, are they not?
I think that's fair. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think also on the matter of the acting as a, shall we say, a ward councillor, exercising the shall we say, the authority of a ward councillor when acting as a councillor on HTC, would you not admit that section, where was it? There is a section, and I can't find it right this time. It says, when acting in control of another organization, you cannot be acting as a City of York councillor. So
yeah,
that is, I think that is a statement.
I've seen that provision before. So
yes.
I would think it is.
So that is what we base that on. So would that not also be a reasonable expectation that Councillor Pearson does not conflate the two responsibilities?
Yes.
Okay. Some other may come up when I have my statement, but that's for right now. Thank you.
Councillor Carmichael hasn't been called as a witness, but I did say that I'd come back at this point and at the end. So do any members of the panel have any questions at this point for Councillor Carmichael? Clarity whilst we've got him?
Yes.
Yes, Councillor Pavlovich.
Councillor Carmichael, were you at the meeting, the full council meeting that's been referred to in November 2021?
Yes, I was.
Did you hear, sorry, I'm just getting this additional email that was in our original papers. Did you hear a comment made that said If you don't give my mother what she wants, I intend to run a campaign against you on Facebook and via the Liberal Democrat Focus. Did you hear that?
No, I didn't.
You didn't.
I can't recall. I heard other. There was some discussion between the two parties, but I can't, off the top, out of full honesty, give you what was actually said, I'm afraid.
Thank you.
Any more questions? No. Then we'll move on. Yeah, certainly, please. Yes. Stu.
Sorry, Councillor Carmichael. I noted in this complaint, Councillor Pearson was accused of calling, I'm not sure if it's you or Councillor Guildford, a dictator at the same meeting as we were considering earlier, where another councillor was accused of making the same comment.
It wasn't accused of me, but I have made big bones about it.
Did you,
But
you
I would have
haven't heard
complained.
Councillor Pearson,
Sorry?
you haven't heard Councillor Pearson accuse you or Councillor Guildford of being a dictator?
As I said, there was quite a few discussions held across the board at councillor at the chairman at the time.
Mm.
There was more than what you're discussing now. I can
Yeah.
assure you, but I just cannot honestly say what was said. But there
It
was
sounded
there was,
like a heated free for
there
all.
was a discussion. There was a not a one-sided discussion, but there was a discussion where he was told to hold to you know.
Yeah.
To order.
Thank you.
Okay, go for it. Councillor Pearson.
Sorry, can I just ask one final question of Stephen Pearson? We just heard Councillor Carmichael not able to corroborate those comments. Did you get any corroboration from any of your witnesses who attended that public meeting on the 20 whenever of November that heard those words actually being spoken?
I do not believe that I did, no.
You don't. Thank you.
Last one. Yes.
Mr. Pearson, you say you had no corroborating evidence, but didn't the councillor actually put in his statement that he had made an implied threat that there would be a campaign should his mother not be on the council? He just worded it differently than what I said he worded it.
He does say that he said that she should be allowed to meaningfully participate, and there was a democratic deficit in the electorate. What he denies using those words quite clearly. I mean, if you look at page 59, where I put it to him quite specifically, he does say, in succinct answer to the question, no, I categorically did not say that. It is simply a lie. There's obviously a difference between you and him on that point, but because he didn't properly answer it the first time round, so I went back to him as sort of a supplementary just to confirm what he says. And he says he didn't say quite that, although he does admit that he lobbied for her to obtain some preferment. And in fact,
If I may interject here.
Yeah,
for a moment.
yeah.
His statement says, and this is his statement, that's included on page 14. I'm sure the elected of Haxby North Ward, where Councillor Pearson was elected on the 25th of November, 2021, would be very interested to hear in the next focus that the candidate they have just elected is unable to meaningfully participate in and cast a vote on any key decisions of Haxby Town Council. If that's not an implied threat of a campaign in the focus, I don't know what is.
I agree with you.
So he's just, if I can use the vernacular, tarted it up a bit to try to make it sound more palatable, but the threat is still there.
Yeah,
If I can interject there, I'm just very conscious
yes,
that we
yes.
go off piste and we have a structure which gives everybody the opportunity at the different stages. And whilst I'm very tolerant and want full participation and want an open debate, I do sometimes need to pull it back a little bit. So I'm going to close off those questions at that point. However, Councillor Guildford, you of course have a tolerant 5 minutes to talk, so I'm sure any of those points you'll be able to build into that.
Mr. Chairman and panel, thanks once again for allowing us the opportunity to attend and speak at this hearing. As I've stated earlier in the discussions, the ward councillors accused me of interfering in matters that they saw as the sole remit of the city of York. This was in the December 2019 meeting when Councillor Ed Pearson showed up at my house unannounced to inform me that the ward councillors were very disappointed in me because I had supposedly interfered in their dealings to get a library at the Scout Hut on Ethel Ward playing field, a matter which was patently untrue. And I did have a very congenial discussion with him. I didn't chuck him out of the house immediately, but we did have somewhat of a discussion, but it was made clear to me that this was a message from the ward councillors. To then go to the point of collective responsibility. I don't think I used that term, but as you should know, being familiar with parish councils, we have what's called a 6-month rule. It says when a council reaches a decision, it can't be brought back for 6 months unless 5 councillors send a note in writing to the clerk and request that that debate be reopened. So there is a prohibition on debating and rehashing decisions once they are made. And Councillor Pearson has repeatedly refused to adhere to that. His statement back to the council was, well, much like Councillor Cuthbertson's this morning, was basically, I didn't do anything to that, and Councillor Guilford is a liar and has slandered me. It's clear, it's been shown here that the corroborating evidence for his threat to start a campaign, if I didn't allow his mother on a specific committee, he's corroborated that himself. So you don't need a third party because the person who's accused has admitted that he's made that implied threat. The discussions about let me go back to the actual statements here. Going over so much ground. Yes, I think the others are, again, much like the meeting this morning about the playground finance. I think it's, again, clear that the councillor has participated in that. He's also he wrote a letter to business owners and businessmen in the town of Haxby when there was a request to pave a bike path across the village green that was rejected because we can't do constructions on the village green. In that he basically indicated that the council had acted improperly when we had repaired a parking lot out in front of the Sainsbury Shopping Center along the village, which is on property owned by the council and was in some state of disrepair. I wrote at that time to, again, the leader of the party to bring these issues up, to say we can't have this type of behavior going on a person who's double hatting between the two councils. But it seems that he likes to kind of hopscotch between the two. And if you find him that he's acting improperly on one, he says, oh, well, now I'm acting as a city councillor. And if you say, well, I'm sorry, on this, you're actually supposed to act as a town. Okay, now I'm acting as a town councillor. And this happened with the playground equipment. And there was some discussion about pressuring the clerk. As the panel will know, our clerk was already under a considerable amount of pressure due to another councillor's behavior, which has been dealt with in a past hearing here, and was at that time on the verge of leaving the council. Councillor Pearson continually tried to get him to apply for grant monies that had not been authorized by the committee. The working group had a very simple remit. Go out, talk to 2 or 3 suppliers, get their recommendations for play equipment, bring it back to the committee for approval. That was done in April when the committee, when they submitted a preferred option to the Recreation Open Spaces Committee. And then in August, when I finally brought the report back from the City of York officer with regards to the funding, and we moved forward with that. But as he was pressuring the clerk to apply for funds, you have to remember as the clerk was already under a significant amount of pressure from another councillor. And eventually the clerk basically gave in and did what Councillor Pearson asked him to do. And that was done without the authorization of the committee. So I had a number of discussions, and the clerk came to me on a number of occasions and said, and reported to me that he felt Councillor Pearson was acting outside the remit of a councillor, and that he had been told that on a working group, you do not have decision-making authority. You don't have fundraising authority, definitely, because those things commit the council. And until the council agrees to it, an individual councillor cannot pursue those matters. But he persisted, regardless of what advice had been given. And his response was, well, I'm a politician and I have ambitions. And that's unacceptable. If he acts as a proper councillor and acts in the interest of the town council, nobody has a problem. But clearly he is not, and he seems to be unable to differentiate between the two roles. And that's, that'll be enough for me for now.
Thank you very much. I'll take questions from the panel. Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Guildford, just a couple of things I want to just get your thoughts on, really, and some clarification. And it was alluded to this morning by your colleague that the town council is effectively non-political, and clearly you guard that as quite a precious thing. Within your constitution, does it state that you are an apolitical organisation? Does it state that councillors stand and are elected as non-political?
Is it written down? No. It's part of a, shall we say, a verbal tradition that each one is advised of that when they join the council, that we act in an apolitical manner. We don't divide ourselves by parties. We don't ask. The only reason I know about Councillor Pearson is because, of course, he's a ward councillor, and his mother, because she stood as a Lib Dem. And I know one other councillor who stood as a Labour candidate in a past election. But outside that, I don't ask.
Okay, thank you. And just following on, I've got a couple of questions, Chair, if that's okay. So my next question, and it follows on from that. And again, I've mentioned a number of times today that I'm a parish councillor, as well as a ward councillor, and the parish councils that I attend and am members of. Again, it's not written down anywhere within our constitutions, or working agreements, standing orders that we are non-political. It is assumed that we're not. I'm a Conservative councillor when it comes to the ward, but when it comes to the parish council, I don't identify specifically as a Conservative. But on the 25th of November 2001, Councillor Ruth Pearson was elected on a Liberal Democrat ticket.
Yes.
Okay, and so she has clearly been elected as a Liberal Democrat and has the right to sit on the on the town council as a Liberal Democrat. And she's breaking no laws to do that. She's breaking no agreement. She's breaking there's nothing illegal about her doing that. When Councillor Ed Pearson was co-opted onto the parish council, to the town council, did he at that time declare that he was being co-opted as a non-political member of the council or as a Liberal Democrat member of the town council?
No, he did not declare that he was being co-opted as a Liberal Democrat. We had, let me, if I may add a bit of background there. When I became chairman of the town council, I was aware that when I joined the council, it was like you were into the fray. There was no introduction. There was no, somebody shoved a good councillor guide in your hand and pointed to maybe the standing orders, but nobody spoke to you. Nobody let you know what the council was doing. So I instituted with every councillor who joined during my chairmanship, a meeting with myself and the clerk, where we would go over the structure of the council, how we operate, how we approach problems, what our budget is. And it was made clear that we're apolitical. We don't divide ourselves down party lines. You're absolutely correct. Councillor Ruth Pearson ran on a Liberal Democrat ticket, and she's the only person that, in my view, has a right in the council to claim a party affiliation as such. I made a declaration of interest to my council only in that my interpretation of interests are more than pecuniary. They might be prejudicial, or just might be that you have an interest in another organization. I declared that I'm a member of the Conservative Party, but I don't bring that into the council. you know, I look at what's before me in the council and I react with what I think is the best interest of the village.
And I get that. Thank you. And I am, because you'll see where I'm going with this. So when Councillor Pearson's submissions, so it's in the pack, he states that when he was co-opted onto the council, that you didn't vote for his co-option.
No, I did not.
Can I ask you why you didn't vote for his co-option?
Because he applied to be co-opted directly after he had showed up at my house on a Sunday afternoon and expressed discontent with the council and the policies that we were following. And in the meeting, I expressed a concern that he would not be able to differentiate between his role as a city councillor and as a town councillor. And I briefed him and I said, we'd had another ward councillor on our council for a number of years. And regardless of what I may think of that person now, when he was a ward councillor, he acted admirably in the town council and he would remove himself from debate if it was a matter that he was dealing with as a city councillor. Councillor Pearson has no such compunction. And this was a very specific point that I discussed, the clerk and I discussed with him when he joined. And he'd agreed that he would abide by that, but he hasn't.
Okay.
So if it goes to the point of well, I forget who asked if he, as a city councillor, wanted to campaign about something the town council had done. If it's a matter that is within the remit of the city council, that's his right. If it's a joint area, maybe you might say he might have right there. But if it's the sole area of the town council, he does not have that right.
Okay, so I'm coming to a conclusion, but I hope I'll get to where I want to be. Unfortunately, Councillor Pearson is not here for me to ask this question, but if I were to ask Councillor Pearson, as his mother has identified as a Liberal Democrat and was elected as a Liberal Democrat, Councillor Pearson was elected as a ward councillor on a Liberal Democrat ticket. Were I to ask Councillor Pearson, does he identify as a Liberal Democrat within the city, within the Haxby Town Council, right? I don't know what his answer would be, but if his answer had been yes, he does, then would it not be acceptable if he identifies as a Liberal Democrat to be able to use Liberal Democrat literature to highlight what he believes are actions that are contrary to what the Liberal Democrat, do you see what I'm coming on? It's just what does he identify? If he identifies as a Liberal Democrat, then I would expect that it's perfectly acceptable for him to use Liberal Democrat literature to further his political ambition. If he identifies as an independent, non-political, then clearly that's the issue. So that was where I was getting at. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor, I think you're dancing on the head of a pin there. I think it's clear that there's a differentiation between parish and town council is nothing but a parish council who decides to call itself a town. You and I both know that. We do not split ourselves down party line. And it's a great tradition that allows people to debate issues without any feeling of restriction of outside bodies, if you will, that we can act in the best interest of the residents of our village. And that's how parish and town councils are meant to. I understand there are some very large town councils who are politically split and divided, but they are much larger organizations typically. And Councillor Pearson was giving guidance on this when he applied to be a councillor, and in the briefing that the clerk and I did with him afterwards, that we do not split ourselves. So quite frankly, like I said, I identify as a conservative, but I do not stand as a conservative councillor on the town council. I will add one thing that kind of adds to that, is that the Liberal Democrats have altered the Haxby Wikipedia page to make Haxby Town Council look like a political organization by placing in there that Haxby Town Council consists of 2 Liberal Democrats, 1 we have 14 members.
So if I can just stop you there, that's not within the remit of.
Yeah, it's an analog to what's being discussed.
I accept that, but I don't want to go down that path. I'm afraid there isn't a position for you to make questions. We can ask you questions, but as a witness, there isn't an opportunity for you to speak. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you. Just to focus on this issue that I've been raising with the investigator. When you submitted your original complaint, you made no reference of Councillor Pearson trying to convey any advantage or threat in respect of his mother. Can you explain why you didn't incorporate that within your complaint?
Mere timing is all.
Timing.
Timing, yes.
Timing.
I could have filed an additional code of conduct complaint, but it's, like I said earlier, there were what? By my view, probably 12, 13 or so code of conduct complaints flying around already.
Sure.
And so I did raise the issue. I think it's whether you feel that the specific is covered in the original complaint or not, it demonstrates a continued mode of behavior within the town council by this particular councillor.
I understand. Yeah, that's your feeling about it. So to go back to the quote that you gave Stephen Pearson as part of the investigation, and yeah, I think we've never mentioned they aren't related.
Yeah,
there are a lot of Pearsons in this here, but none of them. Well, some of them know each other, but Stephen Pearson has no involvement with Ed Pearson or Ruth Pearson. You stated quite categorically a quote.
Which page is that?
So I'm still on the.
Oh, okay. Yes.
The additional email. It's a quote, and it has then therefore been recorded as evidence. If you don't give my mother what she wants, I intend to run a campaign against you on Facebook. That's my emphasis, and via the Liberal Democrat Focus. Is that to your recollection, or did you write it down at the time? Maybe not in the minutes, but did you write that down as a quote? How? It's a very specific quote, because we'll then go on to what Councillor Pearson alleges that he actually said. Why are you so categoric that that's a verbatim account from Councillor Ed Pearson?
Because it definitely attracted my attention. And I turned to him at that point and advised him that equates to a code of conduct breach.
Right.
Because that's a threat against the council.
Right.
And as I said to Mr. Pearson in our discussions, and I felt also a threat against me personally, that he was intending to use that to pressurize me to take an action that I felt would have put the council in legal jeopardy.
So you raised that with him at the time, at this public
At the
meeting.
meeting, I turned to him and I said, Councillor, I said, you've strayed into the area of code of conduct violation.
Okie dokie. So when Councillor Pearson then makes his response through the investigation, I mean, you described it as tarting up, but his account of what he said is different in as much as it makes no explicit threat against you. Now, do you feel that his quote, I am sure the elected of Haxby Town Ward, Haxby North Ward, would be very interested to hear in the next focus that the candidate that they have just elected is unable to meaningfully participate in and cast a vote on any of the key decisions of Haxby Town Council. He mentions not his mother, nor does he state that he made any allegation against you personally. Is that possibly the accurate quote that was made in that meeting? No. So it
was a very clear threat.
Yeah.
And he was sitting in relation to me as Mr. Pearson is to you.
Yeah.
In the council meeting.
Yeah.
And basically turned to me and he said that in the meeting while his mother was basically making a case that she should be led on this oversight and budgeting committee.
So you are satisfied that, so you are satisfied that the quote that you've conveyed to Stephen Pearson in your evidence is what was said, and the account that Councillor Ed Pearson has made is an incorrect one.
It is my recollection that that is the case. And I think that in order for him to have said that, he'd have had to talk for a considerable more period of time than what he did. It was a very short, sharp threat that was issued. It was not this thing of, well, I'm sure, and we do this and talk about that. It wasn't, it was very, turned to me and made that comment.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Alex Owen.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, just to go back onto the idea of dual-hatted members, what gives you the right as chair to dictate whether somebody wants to be party affiliated or not, or whether they choose to change parties midway through a term, whether they choose to join or leave one at any point? You said you sat down and you had a discussion with him at the outset, but as chair, what on earth gives you the ability to have that conversation?
I think you misunderstand. What I said to him is that if you're going to be double-headed, when you are wearing the hat for Haxby Town Council, you must be acting 100% for Haxby Town Council. If you're going to be a ward councillor, then you're 100% a ward councillor. And I quoted the code of conduct from the city of York that says basically when you're in a position of control of another organization, you can't also be acting at the same time as a city councillor. So
which legislation is that from the city?
That's
council?
not, that's in the city of York code.
Okay.
And it's one that I believe I quoted to Mr. Pearson during his investigation. It's also one I mentioned to Councillor Ed Pearson. So I'm not saying that he can't be in a political party. For goodness sakes, I'm in a political party. We have another gentleman who's a Labour member, and quite overtly a Labour member, but he doesn't. We don't bring those into the.
I understand you have that tradition, but I've worked with many parish councils, much smaller than yours, which are party political. And any member of any council surely has a right to affiliate themselves, formally or informally, as they want. And you have no powers as chair to restrict or regulate that. Would you accept that?
I accept that. And there has not been a case where we've required that he not be a Liberal Democrat. All we've said is when you act as a Haxby Town councillor, you must be a Haxby Town councillor and not basically a City of York councillor sitting in trying to impress ward policy on the town council. In those,
I mean, again, I'm interested in your ability to even have that conversation with him.
Well,
I mean, as chair, surely your role is limited to simply making sure you described it earlier. You said my role as chair is to make sure meetings run smoothly. Right. So what's all this other stuff that's going on? Again,
it goes to the code of the City of York that you can't be acting in two roles at one time. And we have like I said, we have a long history of having a ward councillor on Haxby Town Council, and we have a fairly established procedure for that. Is that the councillors basically abstain from issues that conflict with their ward councillor role, or they state that what they're doing is as a ward councillor. That just comes under a declaration of interest, if nothing else.
Okay. Just to go through your complaint then, firstly, in terms of the Scout Hut engagement, you said that was a congenial conversation.
Well, in that I didn't throw him out of the house, but I was curious as to what right he felt he had to come to my house and what proof he had that I had actually interfered in anything.
So, but I'm just trying to get the balance. Congenial on your part, so it was disrespectful on his part, but it was congenial on your part. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, he came there, he sat down, he said, I've come to express the ward councillor's disappointment in the fact that you've interfered in a matter that is the sole purview of the city council, that being the library.
And that was obviously, he was accusing you of intervening as a town councillor?
Yes.
Okay, and that obviously gave you reservations when he put forward his own co-option, you said, and why you didn't support it. Okay, thank you. Now moving forward, so I just got to get to the right page of the evidence. Another thing, actually, I just wanted to check. You mentioned Councillor the representations he made on behalf of his mother.
Yes.
Did that occur prior to your complaint being submitted in writing, or did it occur after, but before you were interviewed?
It occurred in the November meeting of the council. I'm not sure the exact date that I submitted the complaint. Does anybody know?
We thank her, but I don't think it's dated.
23rd of October.
Okay. So again, that may impact on the advice earlier, but we can discuss that. Thank you, sorry. Yeah, and I just wanted to get an idea. You were talking about it being disrespectful that he was trying to start a campaign effectively against the decision that was taken about the duck house. But you also acknowledged that if you have the support of 5 councillors, you can get a matter back on the agenda within 6 months.
Yes.
What's the difference between seeking to secure the support of your fellow councillors to try and get that number with what you felt that Councillor Pearson was doing?
Huge, 4 signatures.
Yeah.
You don't do that on social media. You do that by going to your councillors and having a word. Say, I'm concerned about a decision and would like this. He did that, I think in January in our Recreational Open Spaces Committee. He spoke with 4 other councillors who agreed with him, and they submitted a request that the Open Spaces Committee revisit a decision that had been made in the previous month. So he knows the process, and that's the difference. The difference is that as an individual, you don't go out and have a straw in public view. You talk to your fellow councillors and see if there's support for your point of view.
And what was what was the nature of the stop? I mean, I to use your word, I noticed that there's no social media screenshots or evidence that have been submitted with the complaint. Is there a reason for that?
Yes, quite frankly, because at the time, and I spoke with the investigating officer here about this, and he asked about social media screenshots, and I said, at that point in time, I was going through hiring a clerk. We had lost both our clerk, our deputy clerk. We had a councillor that was acting, shall we say, in a disruptive nature. We had all this other stuff going on at the time, and I said to Mr. Pearson, I said, I don't have time to go scraping through social media right now.
Yeah.
And that's why I asked that the 3rd complaint be kind of defocused.
Okay.
Because it would have required me to go back through Facebook and pull up posts and discussions. I
mean, did you direct the investigator to the relevant Facebook pages, or because obviously that is part of an investigation?
Yeah, it would be, and that's why I asked for instance, the third complaint to be, like I said, for the investigator not to focus on that. Because
Okay.
I did not have the time or the energy that time to go trawling through social media for the relevant data.
Okay, thank you. But in your recollection, the way that he went about that,
Yes.
was disrespectful to
Yes.
the town council, to you personally.
To the town council, I think, as a whole.
Okay.
His fellow councillors reached a decision. He didn't like it. And so they decided that as ward councillors, they would pick it up and it's a debate that's going on even now.
Yeah.
Every time it quiets down, we engage with the people who complained, and they get the complaints brought back again. And it's just, this has been going for about 18 months.
And does that sort of mirror the behaviours that you saw when he's writing for local businesses about?
Yes.
The fish
It
and
was,
chip shop?
like I said, there was a request that he brought to the council that a businessman would like to put a cycle path across the village green. The clerk and I had a discussion, and we engaged with the vice chairman as well, and said, our understanding is that we don't have the authority to make a construction on the village green, but we offered another solution to the business owner. And we told Councillor Pearson that was something we did not have the authority to do. But instead, he wrote a letter and he copied local businesses. And in that, he hinted that the town council had acted improperly when we had resurfaced a parking area that is under our ownership. And that we'd done that specifically for the benefit of a few businesses. So why shouldn't basically we be doing this? And that caused me to write to the party whip and to the party leader and to lodge a complaint about that, which no action was taken.
Okay, so and I've just got one more question, if that's okay, and it just relates to the allegation that he pressured the clerk into submitting the grant application. Were there any email exchanges or anything in writing that you had available that could have supported the concerns the clerk was expressing at the time?
Yeah, there's more than one incident of this. One was a grant through I think it's through the rail company he works for. And another one was through the city of York. And when the clerk contacted me to said he was feeling like he was being pressured, I spoke to Councillor Pearson and said, a working party does not have that authority. You have to bring it to the committee. The committee hasn't even decided exactly what we're going for, right? And until that action happens, then of course we can't really be putting applications in for grant monies because we don't know what we're going to do with it. And it's about following proper process.
Was that when he told you about him being politically ambitious?
Yes, yeah. He said, both me, he said that too, and he's also said it to the clerk.
And I'm presuming, but please correct me if I'm wrong, that it was after that conversation that he pressured the clerk again when the clerk eventually submitted.
Yes, the clerk eventually did acquiesce and fill out the form. It was also the cause of the debate that he brought up in the August meeting, where once the funding was agreed and the committee agreed that that it was not improperly applied to our council. And I brought forward the motion that we should accept what was adopted in the April meeting of that committee as the preferred option for the playground equipment. And then he said to me, but we didn't really mean that that's what we wanted to do. We just did it so we could apply for a grant to the city of York. Well, that's like fraudulent. You can't say, I want money from the city of York and I'm only saying this so that you'll give me money. That's improper in my view.
Thank you.
So-
I've got no more questions.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to explore a little bit more and forgive me because we've been over this a couple of times, but it's really important. The meeting that took place at which you say Councillor Pearson said to you, I quote, if you don't give my mum a position that she wants, I intend to run a campaign against you. And on page 14 of the report, Councillor Pearson states his wording. You say that was in an open meeting. You say you were around the table as close as we are now. Yet the investigating officer hasn't found anybody to corroborate. And we've even asked Councillor Carmichael if he recalls those words being said. So I'm just kind of, how would you expect a panel to corroborate? I mean, at the moment, it's just one word against another.
He's corroborated himself in his statement. He's just, as I said, he's just kind of polishing it up a bit to kind of make it sound a little bit more acceptable. But the threat was that if you don't do this, we're going to run a campaign in the Focus newsletter.
Okay.
Now, let's understand what was going on at the time. We had Councillor Richardson in the room. We had Ruth Pearson over here to my right, making rather loud protestations that she was not being allowed on a committee that she saw as a de facto full council. And to my left was where Councillor Pearson was sitting. Councillor Carmichael was sitting at the end of the room. So when Ed turned to me to speak, Councillor Carmichael would not have heard that because his back would have been to Councillor Carmichael.
But if I turn and say something to the chair, most of the people in this room can hear what I'm saying to the chair, whether the back's turned or not.
But this is an orderly meeting.
Okay, thank you. And please, Chair, if you'd allow me, I want to ask Councillor Carmichael a question.
We'll just open those up afterwards, unless it's directly linked to what
It's directly linked to
Okay,
this.
we'll take that.
Thank you, Chair. So Councillor Carmichael, you stated earlier when questioned that you did not recall the wording that was used in the submission from from the chair of the council, that Councillor Guildford, it says that the wording was, if you don't give my mother what she wants, I intend to run a campaign against you. You stated earlier that you didn't hear those words.
Not those words. The
Okay,
reason they-
can I just ask therefore, on page 14 of the report, the words that Councillor Pearson says he used, did you hear words to that effect?
What are those words, please?
I'm sure the elected.
I'm
So-
sure the elected of Haxby North Ward would be very interested to hear in the next August that the candidate they've chosen to be elected is unable to we participate. Did you hear words to that effect?
There was a lot of words being said. I cannot, hand on heart, clearly say these are the actual words, but there was, as my colleague has said, a lot going on. We've got one councillor that's lamenting and what have you. We've got another councillor who's destructive. And as I say, you've got Councillor Ed Pearson is talking to the chairman. And there's so much going on that I'm not, I'm hearing a lot of things, so I
Okay.
can't say hand on heart.
Would-
But there
would-
was altercation, there was not a verbal exchange. I would
Okay,
say.
and thank you. And so would you be able to corroborate? I'm not talking about the express wording now. Would you be able to corroborate that there was some form of comment referring to the next edition of the Focus?
Yes, there was everything. There
Thank you,
was
thank you.
heated,
Yeah,
yes.
thank you, Chair.
That's fine. Yeah, of course you can. Absolutely. Openness.
Apologies, one associated question to Councillor Guildford, please. He comments, after he's claimed to have stated what he stated, he's commented that, actually, her not being on the committee was an arbitrary decision taken by you and not one that you're allowed to be put before the council. Could you just explain the context of
Yes.
that decision and the powers under which that decision was
yes.
made? please?
As I've referred to in the past, we had a problem councillor that led to a previous hearing in April of this year on that. In July, I communicated with the monitoring officer that things had come to a point that we were losing staff members and we needed to take some action because the standards committee had not yet met. This had been going on for the best part of 3 council years. And it had become basically where the council was not able to transact business without conflict. And in the June or July meeting, I had intended to bring a motion to ask the council to exclude Councillor Richardson from committees and subcommittees. I contacted the monitoring officer and said, is that going to be an ultra vires type decision or not? And she said, well, committees are down to the council and you do it. And she gave me an example of another council that had done this. That sent an alarm bell up to me because they had waited until the monitoring officer had issued a decision with regards to a code of conduct. And of course, that had not happened with Councillor Richardson. So I said to the council at that time, quite frankly, I was fed up with councillors sitting back and allowing me to take a beating from Councillor Richardson in every meeting while they sat there and watched the show, basically. And I said, we need to form a committee. And that committee needs to be everybody who's been impacted by Councillor Richardson to defend against the continued threats of lawsuits and actions against the council, determine what action we should take. And so I recommended the setting up of this committee and the membership. In the October meeting, when our new clerk started, at the start of the meeting, I introduced our new clerk and I asked the members around the table to introduce themselves so the clerk would have some idea of who the councillors were. We got halfway around the table to where Councillor Richardson was, and he unleashed on a verbal, what I can only call a verbal assault on the new clerk. And so basically I had to adjourn the meeting and call the police and try to get things under control. But before doing that, I raised a motion to exclude him from the meeting under Section 2 of standing orders. And none of the councillors responded. And at that point, I'm afraid that is one time when I did lose my temper. And I asked him, I said, who here thinks this is acceptable behavior? That we have a clerk step in her first meeting and being assaulted and bullied by a councillor, and nobody stands up to defend her. And so at that point, I said, you remember in June or July, this new committee? I said, well, I have terms of reference for it and I have a name, and here's what I'd like to do. And that was that we had accomplished the 4 mandated full council meetings a year, and that we would form another committee that would basically take would handle decisions with the full authority of the council as much as we could legally do. Of course, you know that setting the precept and budget have to be done by the council. And that those meetings would take place between then and the end of the council year. And that the membership was set, and that the membership would not change for the rest of the year. And there was a reason behind that. And the reason is that my reading of, again, I've talked about the Arnold Baker book, but there's also another publication by Knowles, and we talk about committees of the whole. And that if you create a committee that is effectively the whole council, it is the whole council. In which case, my view was that would open the council up to a legal challenge by Councillor Richardson that he'd been illegally and improperly excluded from meetings of the full council. So I explained this to Councillor Pearson, but we also, in the October meeting before she was elected, fully discussed that. And we said that committee will remain static for the rest of the council year, and it will not have any others. And when the new councillor is elected, they will go on to these other committees, and we set out what those would be.
So from your own opinion, and I realise it is only your own opinion, Councillor Pearson, who's the subject of this complaint, was aware of that situation,
Yes.
was supportive of that situation, and his motivation here was simply because it was his mother that was being affected by it now.
I quite frankly don't care what his motivation was. Once he voiced that threat, in my view, he crossed a line. Okay, he could have raised his hand and said, "Hey, my opinion is that she was just elected, and that this might be a thing that we should do." And that is a proper and a lawful way of doing it. To say to me, if you don't give her what she wants, I'm going to start a campaign in a political newsletter. That is not acceptable. Thank you.
Are we done? Yeah. Thank you, everybody. One last question from me, and it's a follow-up from Councillor Rowley's to Councillor Carmichael, if I may. We've talked about these 2 statements and the difference in them about comments that were made at the meeting, and quite rightly you said both statements as written you don't recall or couldn't honestly say took place. However, you have confirmed that you did hear comments related to the use of focus. Did you also hear any comments related to Councillor Ruth Pearson and her position, or maybe not?
I didn't hear actual words, but I knew she was upset with regards to a decision or what was being said. And I surmise is that she was not, she took it under her head that she'd been refused to join this overseeing committee.
Okay, thank you very much. That's very articulate. Monitoring officer, any questions?
No, thank you, Chair.
Then the investigating officer, do you have anything you'd like to put to Councillor Guildford?
Yeah. It just occurs to me that there are a number of fairly strong statements that have been made by Councillor Pearson, who obviously can't be here today, and it might be useful just to understand your response to those, because I'm sure they're going to come up later. One thing that he says is that the town council outrageously excluded the newly elected Councillor Ruth Pearson between her election victory in November 21 until the annual council meeting in May 22. Could you confirm that?
Well, that's what I just explained to Mr. Oram here, is that in October, we had set a committee up. I had felt from my reading of the shall we say expository notes on the Local Government Act, that if we had a committee that only excluded one councillor, we would be open to legal challenge.
So that means the council meetings as a whole she wasn't going to then? Is that...
No. We had her complaint focused on the fact that in October we had elected to form this committee, and that the terms of reference were adopted and the membership was set. And
Yeah.
part of that was that membership would not change for the rest of the council year.
Right.
And that the grounds for doing that was that under the Local Government Act, a parish town council is required to hold 4 meetings a year, one being the
Yeah.
annual meeting, and then 3 other meetings of the full council. Outside of that, you don't have to meet. Now, we did have to meet to set our budget and
Yeah.
do the precept, which we did in January. But in order to allow the council to actually do business, shall we say, and to avoid the disruption and the threats and the intimidation that was going on in the council from a certain councillor. I said to the council that we had met that 4 meeting standard. Now, Councillor Ruth Pearson was saying, well, that's unfair to me because I've been elected and I wasn't here for those 4 meetings. And I said, well, that's neither here nor there.
So there was a full council meeting in January,
Yes, there was.
and was she available?
Yes.
So she
Yes.
could attend that?
Yes. And
So what we're saying is that Councillor Pearson's statement is not correct when he says she wasn't allowed to attend a meeting of the full council between November and May.
no, and she was
Okay.
selected to committees. So her participation in the council was in her view, she didn't like it because it wasn't on a specific council. And she stated in the public meeting that she viewed that oversight committee as a de facto full council. And having stated that publicly, I
Yeah,
then could not properly allow her to be on that meeting, because if she did, we have a de facto full council. We've got a councillor who said they view it as a de facto full council. We open ourselves up to challenge from Councillor Richards.
okay. No, I understand that. That's helpful. The other thing which he says is that your complaints are malicious and politically motivated,
Mm.
and you've made multiple complaints about every single Lib Dem councillor in the area. Comments on that?
Well, it just so happens that the ward councillors are all 3 Lib Dems, and that they have all behaved in a way that's disrespectful. Look, Ian Cuthbertson was a ward councillor before 2019, and I got along fine with him. I have no problems with him. I don't care what the political party is of the ward councillors, as long as they deal with the issues of the town that are within their remit to do. It's ludicrous that it says I'm doing this for party political reasons. I really don't care.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions from anybody? No, then we'll move on. As advised earlier then, Councillor E. Pearce submitted a written statement on the 22nd of August this year. In his absence, I'll ask the monitoring officer to read out his position in response to the complaint. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. At page 11 of the agenda, the investigating officer states in his report, Councillor E. Pearson clearly has major concerns over how the town council's affairs have been conducted. He states, and I have no reason to regard this as an untruth, that he has requested to have items on town council agendas which have not been so placed. Bless you. He doesn't say that, but I just did. He also states that there have been occasions where the chair has refused to allow members of the public to speak, not to allow the submission of presentation of petitions, and this concerns him. On the other hand, Councillor Guildford states quite rightly and in line with the specimen standing orders that matters may not, underlined, be discussed at a council meeting unless they have been properly placed on the agenda and the agenda has been circulated for the requisite number of clear days before the meetings take place. From page 55 to 59 of the agenda, the investigator has enclosed Councillor E. Pearson's written responses to questions raised during the investigation. Pages 13 to 14 of the agenda, the investigating officer details Councillor E. Pearson's responses to the draft investigation report. In his written statement dated 22nd of August 2022, at pages 85 to 86 of the agenda, Councillor E. Pearson states as follows, and I've been asked to read this out. With regret, I am unable to attend the hearing due to work commitments. I have no annual leave allowance remaining this year, and with urgent deadlines on a contract worth circa £2 billion, I cannot afford to take unpaid time off to defend myself against this malicious and politically motivated complaint. I must convey to the panel my concern that the investigator's report is not satisfactory. It is lacking crucial details regarding the context and circumstances of the complaint, and it does not convey the correct chronology and sequence of events in sufficient detail. Therefore, the findings of the report are misinformed and factually incorrect. I would refer the panel to my pre-hearing checklist, in which I have taken great care to outline the content context and sequence of events which have led to this malicious and politically motivated complaint from Councillor Guildford. Also, in my pre-hearing checklist, I have outlined my concern that despite a number of additional and key witnesses being suggested by myself and the other subjects of the original complaint, for reasons best known only to the investigator, these have not been followed up. It would be unreasonable for me to expect witnesses to defend my position in my absence. However, I must inform the panel that the investigation was not exhaustive and lacked sufficient corroborating and supporting evidence to uphold the findings. I maintain my position that I have neither been disrespectful nor have I sought an advantage for another individual. These are heinous, libelous accusations and of defamation of my good character. As I have outlined in my pre-hearing checklist, the motivations for this complaint must be seen in the context of Haxby Town Council by-election campaign. The additional later complaint regarding seeking an advantage for another person should also be considered in this light, alongside the situation surrounding the Town Council's committee structures at this time. Namely, that the Town Council was outrageously excluding the newly elected Councillor Ruth Pearson from partaking in Town Council meetings between her election victory in late November 2021 until the annual council in May 2022. Page 86. The complainant is a Conservative Party member, and it should be noted that he has made multiple complaints about every single Lib Dem councillor in Haxby and Wigginton, brackets City Councillors Cuthbertson, Hollier and Pearson, myself, and Town Councillor Ruth Pearson. This complaint should have been disregarded as politically motivated and should never have got to this hearing stage. I would remind the panel that there have been 8 or 9 subsequent standard complaints regarding Haxby Town Council members between October 2021 and August 2022. While the complaint investigation has been ongoing, the Joint Standards Committee Assessment Subcommittee has considered these subsequent complaints together and decided to deal with them informally through an action plan of training and development, including conflict resolution. In this assessment, the subcommittee noted that the number of issues arising from Haxby Town Council indicated, quotes, a level of dysfunction. Again, this context must be considered as part of this hearing, and I would hope that this complaint is handled by the panel with the same degree of sensitivity. When asked by the investigator if I would be willing to engage in mediation, my answer has always been and remains yes. This is the first complaint that has ever been made about my conduct. I have good, cordial, friendly and professional relationships with most councillors from across the political spectrum on both the city and town councils. I have never made a complaint about anyone else. Whatever the panel decide, I will continue to place the needs of my residents at the top of my agenda, and I look forward to being able to concentrate on working in their best interests as I am elected so to do. I got into local politics to make a positive difference to my community, and this complaint against me has cast a long shadow over my council activities. The complaints process has been demoralising, demotivating, disruptive, distressing, and ultimately deeply saddening. This is especially as it has been ongoing for 10 months, brackets, when the process is not supposed to take longer than 3 months. I am so sorry that the Joint Standards Committee and Assessment Subcommittee have had to spend so much time dealing with this complaint, and that so much taxpayer money and resources have been spent on its investigation. Signed, Councillor Pearson.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on to final representations, if we may. I will invite each of the parties to make any representation on the facts in dispute, and I'll try, if you can, to stick to 5 minutes each in doing so, or maybe even less. We'll hear the parties in the following order: the investigating officer and then Councillor Guildford. So Stephen Pearson, if you would. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. I do sympathise with the difficulties that the panel has here. I'm afraid we do have somebody in Councillor Pearson who hasn't really properly engaged within the process. He has refused to have an interview with me. It took him over a month to respond to the draft report, and then he sends some comments which are, frankly, in many respects, factually incorrect. And of course, you haven't been able to interrogate him in terms of issues that you might have to raise, and you're having to surmise and argue things that he might argue. But I think there are some points that come through. Firstly, there are a number of actions that he's taken that have clearly, quite understandably, caused offence and upset to Councillor Guildford. He has on several occasions sought, frankly, to undermine the decisions that have been made by the town council. I point out frequently councils have rules that if a decision is made, it can't be rediscussed within a year or something like that. But his response to that seems to have been to sort of go back in another way. What I would point out is in page 55 of the report, I asked him in terms of his role of the town council, what view he took. He says, I would always approach town council meetings and decisions with my town councillor hat on and being there to represent the best interests of local residents. By taking on the role of a Haxby town councillor, I fully accept that I must act as a town councillor in full cognizance of the town council standing orders with due respect to the code of conduct and in interests of both the town council and the community I represent. I have to say that I don't think he has done that in a number of ways. You're looking at the situation with regard to Councillor Ruth Pearson, and I think the suggestion is he was lobbying on her behalf because she was another Liberal Democrat councillor who deserved advancement. I have to say that it strains credibility that the only councillor that he makes a fuss about defending happens to be his mum. And I think, you know, if any of us were in a situation where we were on interview panels and we were interviewing a member of our family, I think we'd probably declare that before suggesting that they ought to get the job. And I have to say it's a similar situation, and I do feel that that is a clear breach in terms of para 3.8 the code of conduct. We've heard that he doesn't admit the words said, but he does admit that he made comments about the fact that she should have been supported for advancement. So I think there is, there is clearly something there, whether or not you accept precisely the words that Councillor Guildford has indicated that she has said. And beyond that, I repeat my earlier comments. I do feel that there have been a number of incidences of disrespect towards Councillor Guildford, and that he has breached the code with respect to seeking to prefer a member of his family for advancement within the town council. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Guildford,
Yes.
5 minutes if you could, please. That would be very good. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Mr. Chairman. I think we've pretty much hashed this ground over quite a bit, but I guess for my final statement, I'd say there has been a demonstrated method of interacting with myself and the council between Councillor Pearson and the council and myself that has shown a lack of respect for, shall we say, the autonomy of the town council, if nothing else. And when he says that he's always been polite in meetings, that's not really the case. On a number of occasions, he'd say, I don't like the way you're chairing the meeting, and I move that we set aside standing orders and elect a new chairman. I mean, he's done that probably, I guess, maybe 3 times from memory. I've reached out to Ed on a number of occasions and asked him to work with us. Most recently, I think would be in February of this year in open spaces. Ed had come to me, to the council last year and said the notice boards in Haxby were looking in a pretty sorry state. So I said, well, why don't we do a walk around inspection? And we did. And that ended with me rebuilding one of them so we get an idea of what the effort would be. And then later on, there was a decision to decommission 3 of the notice boards in the village. The ward councillors started a fuss about it, and we're disadvantaging the people. So I kind of gave a challenge to the ward councillors. I said, well, pick one that you think most needs to be saved. I reckon it's about 200 quid to rebuild one. You come up with half the money. I'll get the council to come up with the other half. And Ed, Andrew, and me will work together on a Saturday and we'll rebuild one of these boards. And I said, because I've tended to use an approach throughout my career is that if you can teach somebody a skill, or if you can show somebody in a different environment how you react, often they'll find that you get better understanding and you can get along with each other. And so the idea was, let's sit down, let's spend some time together, let's work on this one project for the village, and then if you want to crow about it, that's fine. That was brought in January. I brought that to the Community Assets Committee, and the Community Assets Committee agreed that that was a good challenge to place to the ward councillors, and there's never been a response. And I've done 2 or 3 times gone to Ed saying, let's find some way we can work together so we can get over this constant rancor that seems to occur between the ward and the town council. And each time I've been rebuffed. And generally it's with the same answer. That, you don't understand. We're politicians. We need to get reelected. We have to have something to campaign against. And my response to him was, no, you need something to campaign for. That's what people tend to elect people on, because they want them to do something for them for their benefit. But he doesn't seem to get that. And his behavior in the council just demonstrates that lack of respect. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to close it there. So the next section will be deliberations. The panel will now withdraw to consider its decision. I'll talk a little bit of time in a minute. We will be joined by Democratic Services officers and the monitoring officer, the independent person, and legal representation during those deliberations. For other members here, somebody from Democratic Services will contact you when we've got a decision to come back in. What I suggest is that as far as people on the webcam are concerned, at 5:30, at 5:30, I will come back for something on the webcam, which will either be the result and the decision notice on both cases that have been heard today, or a further deferral so you know where it is. And that will give us an hour for deliberation and writing of the notices. So if we could ask you to leave, and if we could stop the webcam, thank you. Yeah. Good evening, everybody. As chair of this hearing committee, I said I would come back to anybody on the webcam at 5:30 to let you know the position. We're just formalising the decision notice now, so we will formally conclude the matter. And we'll be coming back at 20 to 6. Another 10 minutes, 20 to 6, and we'll be completed. And we will make sure that everybody else has returned to the meeting at that point. So sorry to put you off again, but it's only fair that we keep you advised of the current position. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, everybody, as we reconvene the hearings. As people may be aware, we actually have 2 decision notices for both hearings. So I'm going to take them actually in reverse order. All I intend to do at the moment is read out the conclusions from the notice, as we'll then go on to see if there are any sanctions that are appropriate after. We're taking them in reverse order. The first one was the hearing of the subcommittee on the 2nd of September, relating to Councillor Pearson. And the conclusion is, the panel were distressed to hear the evidence from Councillor Guildford from when he chaired a meeting of the Haxby Town Council, and has every sympathy and notes that Councillor Pearson did little to make Councillor Guildford's job any easier. The panel has significant concerns and notes that unfortunately circumstances at Haxby Town Council, including the absence of the former clerk, meant that the investigating officer was unable to obtain their views, and unfortunately there was insufficient evidence for the panel to confidently state that Councillor Pearson's behaviour was confirmed. And as such, the panel is unable to say that there has been a breach and has to find that the complaint has not been proved. The panel has been invited to consider whether Councillor Pearson sought improperly to confer an advantage on a person constituting a breach within para 3.1 of Haxby Town Council Code, and also para 3.8 of the City of York Code of Conduct, being as his mother, who was also elected to Haxby Town Council, by making inappropriate threats in support of her political ambitions. The panel noted that the complaint was received on the 23rd of October 2021. However, Ruth Pearson was not elected to the Town Council until the 25th of November 2021. As Councillor Ruth Pearson was not a Haxby Town Council at the time that the complaint was received, the panel has come to the conclusion that this element of the complaint is not in scope. However, the panel is of a view that had this been in scope, it would have constituted a serious breach of the Code of Conduct. However, the panel is mindful that Haxby Town Council is working to implement a significant governance action plan that's previously been recommended by the Joint Standards Committee. The panel strongly urges Councillor Pearson to fully participate and engage in this vital work. The panel's decision is final. As there are no breach being found under those circumstances, there will be no further discussion as to any sanctions that take place, but the request is noted. I'll now move on to this morning's hearing, which was a hearing of Code of Conduct complaint against Councillor Cuthbertson. The conclusions of which are: the panel found that on balance of probabilities, there was sufficient evidence to support the allegation that Councillor Cuthbertson failed to show respect to others by shouting and speaking over the chairperson at the meeting of the Haxby Town Council's Recreation and Open Space Committee on the 12th of August 2021, and that this constituted a breach of para 3.1 of the Code of Conduct. The panel found, though, that there was insufficient evidence to support the allegation that Councillor Cuthbertson sought to bully or intimidate members of Haxby Town Council, and was consequently found not to have breached para 3.3 of the Code of Conduct. The panel upheld the complaints against Councillor Cuthbertson as follows: Councillor Cuthbertson has breached para 3.1 of the City of York Code of Conduct by failing to treat the chair with the respect, by failing to treat the chair of the Recreation and Open Spaces Committee on the 12th of August 2021 with respect, as well as other members of the Town Council. Those are the conclusions of both of them. The first one that I read out is not for debate. The second one now moves into discussion. Given that Councillor Cuthbertson has found to be in breach, I would ask the parties what they would feel would be a appropriate sanction before we go into private again to consider that. Gentlemen. Councillor Guildford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you once again for the time today. It's a difficult one. I think in a previous hearing, the council or previous meeting of the committee, the committee submitted some plans of action to Haxby Town Council to help address some of these issues. To date, except for the exclusion of Councillor Richardson from committees and subcommittees, none of those actions have happened. There is no evidence that the town council is minded to do much of any of this. So I think if the committee is minded to make a similar suggestion with regards to Councillor Cuthbertson, I think it's a waste of time because I don't think anything will come of it. My personal view is he should have the party whip withdrawn from him from in the city council. But I think that's unlikely to happen. I think there has been, like I said, an ongoing pattern of behavior, and we're unlikely to change that pattern of behavior in the next few months.
Thank you very much. Your points will be taken on board and we will look at what sanctions are appropriate, given that he has been found to have breached that code. We'll go back into private session now so we can make those deliberations. We will go back into a private session now. We will come back into a public session in order to make that quite clear. And I hope to do that at 6 o'clock. If it is just after, for anybody watching at home on the webcam, I will not be contacted. I will go on to it. And if it runs to 6:05, I ask you just to bear with us for that. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, everybody, and good evening, people watching at home on the webcast. Said I'd return at 6 o'clock. We have now had our deliberations and are in a position to be able to give the decision notice on both of them, including any appropriate sanctions. The first one I have in front of me was the this morning's complaint against Councillor Cuthbertson. It's the hearing subcommittee of the 2nd of September. And in attendance was myself, Parish Councillor Stuart Rawlings, Councillor Rowley and Councillor Pavlovich. And advisors to the panel at the time were Alex Oram, independent person, Janie Berry, the monitoring officer, Francis Harrison, the deputy monitoring officer for the meeting, and the investigating officer was Stephen Pearson, who was externally appointed investigating officer. Complaint and/or subject member was Councillor Guildford of Haxby Town Council was the complainant, and Councillor Ian Cuthbertson was the subject member. Councillor Guildford attended the hearing. Councillor Cuthbertson sent his apologies and did not attend the hearing, though he did provide written position statement for the panel's consideration. Witnesses were also taken. Councillor T. Carmichael of Haxby Town Council was called at the request of the investigating officer. Background. The hearing panel, a subcommittee of the Joint Standards Committee, was constituted in accordance with the procedures approved by the City of York Council Joint Standards Committee to consider one complaint in relation to the conduct of Councillor Ian Cuthbertson of City of York Council. The hearing panel noted that the complaint was submitted on the 23rd of October 2021. The hearing panel had the benefit of an investigating officer's report prepared by Stephen Pearson, an externally appointed investigator. The hearing panel did hear from one witness called at the request of the investigating officer and also took into careful consideration all the written material and statements provided, either in support of or to counter the complaint. The hearing panel considered the allegations in light of the Joint Standards Committee published criteria for the assessment of complaints, evidence and finding of fact. The panel has concluded that one complaint received from Councillor Guildford in respect to Councillor Ian Cuthbertson of City of York Council at the time of making the complaint, Councillor Guildford was the chair of Haxby Town Council and Councillor Ian Cuthbertson is a ward councillor for Haxby. Councillor Cuthbertson is a long-standing member of City of York Council. The panel carefully considered the wording of the City of York Council Code of Conduct, which was in place at the time of the complaint. The panel is satisfied that the investigating officer gave ample opportunity to Councillor Cuthbertson to provide evidence and to respond to the draft investigation report prior to its completion. The panel has carefully considered the written material provided by Councillor Cuthbertson and noted that Councillor Cuthbertson wishes to contest a number of issues in the investigation report and the investigating officer's findings. The panel took time to hear from Councillor Guildford and Councillor Carmichael. Conclusions as have been previously read. The panel found on the balance of probabilities that there was sufficient evidence to support the allegation that Councillor Cuthbertson failed to show respect to others by shouting and speaking over the chairperson at a meeting of the Town Council's Recreation and Open Spaces Committee on the 12th of August 2021, and that constituted a breach of para 3.1 of the Code of Conduct. The panel found that there was insufficient evidence to support the allegation that Councillor Cuthbertson sought to bully or intimidate members of Haxby Town Council and was consequently found not to have breached para 3.3 of the Code of Conduct. The panel upheld the complaints against Councillor Cuthbertson as follows. Councillor Cuthbertson has breached para 3.1 of the City of York's Code of Conduct by failing to treat the chair of the Recreation and Open Spaces Committee on the 12th of August 2021 with respect, as well as other members of the Town Council. Sanctions. In light of the mitigating circumstances applicable to the subject, Councillor, namely hearing loss, which may have altered Councillor Cuthbertson's perception of the volume of his voice, and 2, personal circumstances which are known to the panel has decided that the finding of a breach of the Code of Conduct is in itself a sufficient sanction on this occasion. That's the statement of the meeting this morning. It will be published on the council website and be a public document.
Oh, it is working now. So, Chair, just to confirm that that is correct, the decision notice, as the panel's view is final, will be published on the council's website at some point either this evening or on Monday.
Thank you very much. So I'll move on then to the second hearing that took place this afternoon. Again, the 2nd of September, hearing subcommittee in relation to Councillor Pearson. And in attendance at the hearing, again, was myself, Parish Councillor Stuart Rawlings, Councillor Rowley and Councillor Pavlovich. Advisors to the hearing panel were again Alex Oram as an independent person, Janie Berry, monitoring officer, Francis Harrison, deputy monitoring officer on this occasion. We had an investigating officer, Stephen Pearson, who was externally appointed investigating officer. The complaint and the subject member was Councillor Guildford of the Haxby Town Council, the complainant, and Councillor E. Pearson, City of York Council and Haxby Town Council, the subject member. Councillor Guildford was again in attendance at the meeting. And Councillor E. Pearson sent his apologies and did not attend the hearing, though he did provide a written position statement for the panel's consideration. Witnesses, Councillor T. Carmichael of Haxby Town Council was called at the request of the panel at that time. Background: the hearing panel, a subcommittee of the Joint Standards Committee, was constituted in accordance with the procedures approved by the City of York Council Joint Standards Committee to consider one complaint in relation to the conduct of Councillor E. Pearson of the City of York Council and Haxby Town Council. The hearing panel noted that the complaint was submitted on the 23rd of October 2021. The hearing panel had the benefit of an investigating officer's report prepared by Stephen Pearson, an externally appointed investigator. The hearing panel did hear from one witness called at the request of the panel and also took into careful consideration all written materials and statements provided in support of or to counter the complaint. The hearing panel considered the allegations in light of the Joint Standards Committee published criteria for the assessment of complaints. The panel noted that Councillor E. Pearson had been offered the support of Alex Oram, the independent person. Evidence and finding of fact. The panel was concerned that one complaint received from Councillor Guildford in respect of Councillor E. Pearson of City of York Council and of Haxby Town Council. At the time of making the complaint, Councillor Guildford was the chair of Haxby Town Council and Councillor E. Pearson is the ward councillor for Haxby and is also a Haxby Town councillor. Councillor E. Pearson was elected to the City of York Council in May 2019 and was co-opted onto the Haxby Town Council in December 2020. The panel carefully considered the wording of the City of York Council Code of Conduct, which was in place at the time of the complaint. The panel carefully considered the wording of Haxby Town Council Code of Conduct, which was in place at the time of the complaint. The panel is satisfied that the investigating officer gave ample opportunity for Councillor E. Pearson to provide evidence and respond to the draft investigation report prior to its completion. The panel has carefully considered the written material provided by Councillor E. Pearson and noted that Councillor E. Pearson wishes to contest a number of the issues in the investigator's report and the investigating officer's findings. The panel took time to hear from Councillor Guildford and Councillor Carmichael. The panel was disappointed that Councillor E. Pearson did not fully engage with the investigator's procedures supporting the Code of Conduct. Conclusions as previously read. The panel were distressed to hear the evidence that Councillor Guildford from when he chaired the meetings of the Haxby Town Council, and has every sympathy and notes that Councillor E. Pearson did little to make Councillor Guildford's job any easier. The panel has significant concerns and notes that the unfortunate circumstances at Haxby Town Council, including the absence of the former clerk, meant that the investigation officer was unable to obtain their views, and unfortunately there was insufficient evidence for the panel to confidently state that Councillor E. Pearson behaviour was confirmed. And as such, the panel is unable to say that there has been a breach and has to find the complaint as not proven. The panel has been invited to consider whether Councillor E. Pearson sought improperly to confer an advantage on a person, constituting a breach of para 3.1 of Haxby Town Code of Conduct and also para 3.8 of the City of York Code of Conduct, being his mother, who was also elected as a Haxby Town Councillor, by making inappropriate threats to support her political ambition. The panel notes that this complaint was received on the 23rd of October 2021. However, Ruth Pearson was not elected to Haxby Town Council until the 25th of November 2021. As Councillor Ruth Pearson was not a Haxby Town Councillor at the time the complaint was received, the panel has come to the conclusion that this element of the complaint is out of scope. However, the panel is of the view that had this been in scope, it would have constituted a serious breach of the Code of Conduct. However, the panel is mindful that Haxby Town Council is working to implement a significant governance action plan previously recommended by the Joint Standards Committee. The panel strongly urges Councillor E. Pearson to fully participate and engage in this vital work. The panel's decision is final on both of these cases, and I conclude the meeting, and the meeting is closed at 6:12. Thank you.